Okay. Good morning. We'll call the Committee on Appointments to order at 8 a.m. One resolution on the agenda today, a resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Ken Miguel Cipriano to the Mobile GR Commission.
So moved.
Support.
Conversation on this appointment?
Mr. Chair, I'll just add, glad to see, I know we were just talking about finally getting someone from the first ward. I know it's important to try and get our boards representative of our full population within the city. So happy to see Mr. Miguel Cipriano stepping up and serving on this one.
Wonderful.
I'll just add that Mr. Cipriano is also a past Mobile GR employee, so has some knowledge of the department. And, I think with all of our wards, there's different areas, but he's in the southwest part of the first ward, so I think that's also especially helpful too. Thanks.
Wonderful. I'm happy that he will add such good experience to the board. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. Now, Ms. Bosker, can you please lead the discussion on the current board and commission vacancy list?
Sure, yes. It was light today, obviously, but we've got quite a bit in the works. Hoping to have a couple of appointments to the Water System Advisory Council in October, and then also at least a couple of the Housing Appeal Board positions. So that should be good to fill some of those up before the end of year. We could still use applications and interest in the South Division Granville Avenue. There's a couple vacancies, and I think a couple more coming at the end of the year with terms expiring and people not wanting to continue serving. So it would be good to have a robust pool of applicants for that one. And then urban agriculture is another that's got quite a few vacancies, so that's the same where there's some individual commissioner appointments. We could use recommendations and then just applicants and interested people to consider.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Bosker. Any other comments or concerns, colleagues? Yes, Commissioner.
I just wanted to add the ones where there are individual commission appointments. So Commissioner Knight has one on urban ag, and I can follow up with her on that. But when we were in another discussion, I don't know if you and Ms. Bosker had a chance to talk about it. So if it is just, I guess it's repeated, that Commissioner Belcheck was asking about if she could see all the appointments that essentially all the appointments that each one of us has that are ward specific, even if they're not open. She was saying that would be helpful to her to be able to view what is solely her responsibility to forward to the board. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. That's a good note. Yeah. All right. Any other further discussion or notes, you all? Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
So we have our special meeting that we have next week, Tuesday, right at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
That'll be here in these chambers to discuss.
I think
Is it in the chambers or is it 601?
601,
Okay,
I believe, yeah.
all right.
But yes.
And that's to discuss, we'll be talking about our year-end appointments and other process pieces. Okay.
Yes, another good point. Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner. We also wanted, I'm hoping we can delve more into background, what we require for background for our applicants, for boards and commissions. So that'll be a good discussion. I'm happy that time worked for all of us, and then that may shift the way some processes go for this committee. All right. Well, that was very long, huh? We will adjourn the Committee on Appointments at 8:03 a.m. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
morning, everybody. It is 8:30. We'll go ahead and get our fiscal committee meeting here underway. Item number one, we've got a resolution authorizing a contract amendment in the amount of $277,155.90 with Axon Enterprises Incorporated with one-year renewal option for a total not to exceed $7,393,142. This is to provide 25 officer safety plan, 10 plus bundles, and 10 pro license bundles for the Grand Rapids Police Department.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We got Mr. Davis here this morning to tell us about this one. Good morning.
Good morning. As the title indicates, we are amending the contract with Axon. As the police continue to increase their staffing levels, we need the appropriate technology to be able to have accountability and transparency.
Awesome. Thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? I guess just for a little more context. So back when this contract originated, we had, I think it was like 260 officers at the time, but now we're approaching our fully authorized amount. And so that's where the justification or the need for the additional cost is to come from, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Awesome. All righty. Well, hearing no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Item number two, we've got a resolution authorizing a contract with Civil Technologies to provide a case and complaint management software solution, and that's an amount not to exceed $22,500 with 2 one-year renewal options budgeted annually.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We got Mr. Davis on this one as well.
Thank you. So Civil Technologies provides case management software primarily designed for oversight agencies. The beauty of this technology is it allows for front side accountability as well. What that means is that when a community member contacts our office and says, hey, we want to file a complaint or we need to navigate the system, they will be able to look from their side and see where the complaint is in the process, get regular updates. It also provides OPA with the ability to track the complaints that are coming in. Civil has worked with us to also allow our Office of Equity and Engagement to do the same. As you know, the Office of Equity and Engagement also deals with human rights ordinance violations. So community members who are involved in that process will also be able to look and say, hey, where is my complaint in the process? What's happening? This increases accountability, it increases transparency, and it really raises the level of customer service that we're able to provide the community.
Awesome, thanks. Any discussion on that one, colleagues?
Just for
Go ahead.
clarity, Mr. Davis, you said that it allows the complainant to see on the back end where their stuff is, or this company is able to see on the back end and be able to give you the information?
It allows the complainant to. So what will happen is there will be, it's essentially like they will get a case number. They'll be able to go to our webpage, type in the case number. When they type in the case number, it'll say the complaint is in the investigation stage, or it'll say the complaint has been resolved, and here are the next steps to get that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, hearing no other questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right, item number three, we've got a resolution accepting the continuation of a grant award of $1 million or $1,121,067 from the Auto Theft Prevention Authority with a total match of $706,272.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Morning, Mr. Weibel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for consideration of this resolution. This is a grant we receive every year for auto theft prevention and enforcement. The grant is a little bit different this year because the state doesn't have a budget yet. Normally, it's a 60-40 split where the state provides 60% of the funds. Grand Rapids, Kentwood, and Wyoming will match 40. It's split as of now at 37 state and 63% local, which we can absorb. It's salaries for officers and the sergeant from our team that focuses on auto theft.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Colleagues, any questions on this one? All righty, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Thanks. Item number four, we've got a resolution approving a cost-sharing agreement between the City of Grand Rapids Public Schools, and Grand Rapids Public Library for production and distribution of We Are GR.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported.
I guess I can pinch hit this one.
appreciate it.
That's fine. This is just formalizing the agreement we have in production of that with the public library. I believe our share is going to go from 25,000 up to 32. And yeah, that's the
Okay.
of it.
Appreciate it. Do you know off the top of your head, it's okay if not, like what the percentage breakdown is versus?
I could get that for you.
Okay,
I don't
yeah,
know.
just curious.
Yeah.
All righty, any questions, colleagues? All righty, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Item number 5, we've got a resolution approving Grand Rapids Public Schools K through 12 Educational Television Authority grant reimbursement, and that's the amount of $37,484.02.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
Yeah, I'll take this one. This is just, we received these funds. It's the revenue sharing with our cable providers. So we're able to use this money for capital reinvestment on comms equipment, things like that.
Okay. All right, any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it carries. That'll bring us to item number 6. We've got a resolution authorizing budget substitution of $830,000, and that's for park capital projects.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We got Ms. Claypool here this morning to tell us about this one.
Good morning, Fiscal Committee. Laura Claypool with the Parks Department. What you have before you is a resolution for a budget substitution in the amount of $830,000. Because of some permitting challenges in the Lower Reach project of the river, we were able to take the funding that was set aside for Anabawin Park repair after the construction, and it will be reappropriated into the budget for fiscal year 27. And then those funds will be appropriated to other park immediate need projects.
Okay, so essentially just kind of rearranging.
It's a shuffle.
The same
Yeah.
amount, putting
Yeah.
it towards
Just
some other projects.
being responsible with investing when we have the ability to.
Yep, absolutely. Awesome. Any questions, colleagues? All righty, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item number 7, we've got an ordinance amending Section 1 of the Budget Ordinance 2025-11 for fiscal year 2026, and this is amendment number 2.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. I'll turn to Ms. Claren here on this one.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have quite a few this morning, so I'm going to briefly, call out a few. The one thing I will call your attention to is the Third Ward Equity Investment. We have the fiscal year 25 money we're carrying forward and putting it to work. So included in those investments are 2 crosswalks. We have the summer youth programming OPA is running, as well as the Grow 1000 allocation, which I believe the Grow 1000 allocation was 80,000. And then we also call out the mural and cultural tour in the Third Ward. So those investments on the park side, we have Sullivan Field. We also have the Martin Luther King Community Center. That includes some allocation for programming, as well as an addition of a position to be stationed specifically there at the community center to help with that lift. We have the domestic violence specialty court grant. And then the other thing that involves the city commission is the support pilot. So I'll call that out as that is something new. So if there are any questions, myself or the departments are here.
Awesome, thanks. I did not write down the page number, but those are all, the full list is in the agenda packet in case.
Yeah,
people wanna
agenda
go
packet, I have page 19.
Okay, awesome.
So, yep.
Page 19 it is, thanks. All right, any questions or comments on any of those items, colleagues? All right, I am hearing and seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. That'll bring us to item number 8. We've got our bid list resolution for September 23rd, 2025.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. I'll turn it back to you, Ms. Claren.
We just have four items on the bid list this morning, fairly routine in nature.
Okay,
All of them, yep.
appreciate it. And those are on page 65. I did write down that one. Questions or discussion, colleagues? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. That'll bring us to our last 2 items here. Number 9, we've got our comptroller's warrant report for the period of August 26th, 2025 through September 8th, 2025, and that's in the amount of $31,465,357.12. I will turn it to Mr. Max France.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
For the period referenced, cash payments were released totaling approximately $31.4 million. This amount includes just under $6.1 million for our employee payroll expense and just over $106,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 339 income tax refunds were released and 1,065 checks and accounts payable payments, electronic payments were issued. These funds were not issued for payment by individuals in the City Comptroller's office or in accordance with the terms of the city charter.
Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead and receive and file that. And then lastly, we've got our treasurer's report for period of August 28, 2025 through September 9th, 2025. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Glebensky.
Good morning, Commissioners. With our report today, just wanted to point out some things that are going on. More and more fractures in our labor market are hitting now. So as we see, jobless claims are rising. 263,000 the week of September 6th. It's the highest in almost 4 years. We've had revisions in the number of new jobs created, down over $900,000 jobs. And now August growth is only 22,000 jobs. So there's some underlying current within the labor market that's very concerning to economists, and it's challenging for the Fed. That's one of their mandates, is to maintain full employment. So when you start seeing challenges in the labor market, they're keeping a very close eye on that. Also, with our latest inflation numbers, it's still higher than normal. Their mandate is to have 2%, while we're still running at 3 to 3.1%. So they're tasked with trying to meet both of those types of things, of full employment and trying to get inflation down to their target of around 2%. It's difficult for them to do that, and so that's why they're taking this very cautious approach. We did see a 25 basis point reduction in interest rate last week, which was great news for the market. We're seeing those types of things happen, but they're still taking that slow, cautious approach. We still only think that there's going to be possibly one more rate cut by the end of the year. But as we've shown before, it could very well flip as market conditions change, as tariffs and inflation numbers continue to be impacted as they're implemented, because we're talking about a 3 to 6 month lag in those types of numbers. But right now, the Fed is still taking that cautious, data-driven approach to not trying to go too far too fast, because sometimes when that happens, we then overheat either side of the equation, and we don't want that to happen either. So with that, our total portfolio right now of this report is $796 million, and we're earning 3.59%.
Okay, thanks. Any questions or comments on any of that information, colleagues? All right, hearing and seeing none. Always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and receive and file that. And that concludes our normal business here. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 8:42.
Good morning. The time is now 9:15, and we can go ahead and call our Community Development Committee meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Item number 1 is a resolution awarding a contract with Earhart Construction Company for LMFP carbon feed and chemical unloading improvements in the amount of $5,375,000 with a total amount not to exceed of $7,761,835.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman?
Good morning, Commissioners. This project will provide some process improvements out at the Lake Michigan filtration plant and other improvements, some of which include a new carbon feed process and a chemical unloading process that'll go into a new underground containment tank that's being built as part of this project. Current carbon feed system is a manual operation that requires bags to be transported to the 3rd floor. So though this may not sound like an exciting project, it is for those who carry those bags. The project will relocate and automate this process, allowing for carbon to be unloaded directly from a semi-truck to tanks, providing a much improved working environment for staff and good process improvement for the lake plant. Earhart provided the low bid of $5,375,000, which was well under the engineer's estimate of about $7.6 million. The water system has funding budgeted for this in fiscal year 27, so construction will not begin until July of 2026. But we're pleased with the bids and would like to make that award now. So we request your approval of the award to Earhart with that total not to exceed of $7,761,835 coming from the water system fund.
Thank you, Mr. Berkman. Colleagues, questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 2 is a resolution approving a license agreement for wire, pipe, and cable transverse crossing and longitudinal occupation with Grand Elk Railroad in connection with water main relocation and public easement on the southwest side along Martin Luther King Jr. Street.
So moved. Support.
Mr. Berkman?
So as you know, we've been coordinating with our partners at MDOT for replacement of this bridge on Martin Luther King Jr. Street. It's from the on-off ramps of northbound US 131 east to Buchanan, so the eastern portion of the bridge. Construction is anticipated in 2026. In August, Commission approved a noise variance to allow some of the operations to work at night because we wanted to see this done in one construction season, but also to work around 2 active railroads. And the first railroad that you approved an encroachment agreement with was CSX back in March to facilitate relocation of a water main that needs to be moved for the new bridge piers and foundations. The item before you today is the license agreement for the other railroad that passes beneath this bridge, the Grand Elk Railroad, and that's necessary to allow the water main relocation work to proceed. The cost of the water main relocation and fees associated with this license agreement are being funded by MDOT as part of the overall project costs, but we're requesting your approval of the agreement on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Berkman. Colleagues on this one? Colleagues on this one? All right, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 3 is a resolution approving an agreement with MDOT and authorizing expenditures in an amount not to exceed $629,000 for the local share of costs for the installation of rectangular rapid flashing beacons at various locations.
So moved. Support.
Moved and supported.
The city received a Highway Safety Improvement Program grant in the amount of $1,071,000 to support the installation of these rectangular rapid flashing beacons at 14 locations. Those are all listed on page 11 in the packet of the memo, so I won't read them all. But Mobile GR worked to select these locations based on things like traffic volumes, pedestrian generators, access to schools and parks, existing crash data, connection to bicycle and transit routes, social equity, along with past concerns and no near misses. So that went into this application that was prepared back in the spring of 2023, and now we're ready to proceed with the agreement with MDOT to move into construction. Since the project involves federal funding, it is being administered through MDOT. So this resolution provides approval of the agreement to funnel that work through MDOT. MDOT received bids on September 5th, and Strain Electric provided the low bid of $1,064,873, which was under the engineer's estimate of about $1.2 million. The total estimated project cost is $1.7 million. So Part 2 of this resolution authorizes the balance of $629,000 as our local share of the project cost, which will be financed from the Vital Streets Capital Fund traffic safety line item.
Great. Questions on this one?
I do. Thank you for the overview. So I know we approved a number of these along 44th Street. We've talked about some additional pedestrian safety initiatives funded by the Third Ward Equity Fund. There's conversations about some challenges, particularly near misses and fatalities on Kalamazoo Avenue. So Kira, is there a master visual or a list of where all, because there's a lot of interest. I know this is a priority of the mayor to have these flashing beams in more locations throughout the city. So how does kind of one track where we are with installation? Are they close to where people live and work and walk? More so kind of big picture, this along with a lot of other items that are really similar. I'm looking at both of you because I know this is a partnership.
So I'm sure we can pull together a map if it doesn't already exist, but these are locations that are studied. And like I mentioned, in 2023 is when this package was pulled together, but we just submitted another package in the spring of last year that will be adding a dozen more locations in spring of 27. So there is a lot of, I think, analysis and study along with each location and where those are determined, and can certainly, look to the teams to provide, a more detailed summary or map to be able to give you a better kind of one-stop shop to look at those. But anything to add to that, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, we do have a map. It's generally used internally, but we do share it with the Mobile GR Commission, where we have kind of more in-depth conversations about the kind of the bigger plan. But I hear what you're saying, and I think that this is an ongoing effort, both between Mobile GR and the engineering staff to, make it clear where projects are happening and why they're happening and when they're happening. So I think that's a bigger part of the right-of-ways communication and engagement improvements that are going on right now. But thank you for bringing it up again. It's really important.
Absolutely. It reminds me of a lot of the work that was done during construction season to communicate differently. I think there's similar interest. And I wanted to share, we've brought this up in different ways, just what kind of more on that vetting process and that kind of decision-making process that they go through to vet sites. I will be interested, as this body is, in kind of hearing a little bit more in-depth of what that looks like. Because I get that question all the time, and I just kind of defer people to your department, but I would love to be able to more directly understand the internal processes and how those lead to a lot of the recommendations that come before us.
Yeah, I wonder, so thank you for the question. I think, yes, if we could get that map, I think, again, it's always a mixture of, it's one department, it's another department, and then also another body that also has responsibility. I wonder, to your point, given the elevation of this topic with the mayor's interest and knowing, speeding is probably one of the bigger calls that I get into my office, and we're a little off agenda, but I would say maybe we could, Ms. Behrens, have a broader conversation to see, we're going to get into our performance management, have a preliminary conversation. Is this a broader conversation maybe to bring to committee of the whole? Then we can then bring that back to this committee with the knowledge. So I don't know how that would be, but I think it's again one of these examples of it keeps rising as a general topic, and I think we're asking people to do more mobility. We're going to have these investments with the amphitheater and the soccer stadium, so I know people are asking those questions. So maybe we can circle back and see what would be the best venue to have that more broadly. Is it part of performance management, and then do we just add that on there because we're going to have our first briefing today, right? So okay.
Thank you.
And then you can catch Jessica or Ms. Smith and on all her Mobile GR videos. So Mobile GR has good social media too. All right. So thank you for this feedback. Thank you for the questions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4 is a resolution approving an increase in the scope of work and authorizing an additional $123,650 to the contract with Katterberg Verhaeg, Inc. for improvements to restrooms and parking lot at Ottawa Hills Park to incorporate additional improvement at Hausman Field for a total not to exceed of $1,168,524. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Mr. Bergman?
Yes, in August, the Parks and Recreation Department worked with community groups and local residents to rebuild the playground at Hausman Field. And in order to prepare for that community build, we needed the support of a contractor to help with demolition of the existing playground structure, and then to be on site during the build to assist with things like augering the holes for new foundations, finalizing items between that community build and the open house that was 1 week apart. So to cover these services, I'd like to utilize and expand the existing contract that was already in place with Caterberg Verhaeg for work at the Ottawa Hills Park for these support services. So the first part of this resolution expands the scope of the existing contract and authorizes that additional funding amount to cover this work. The second part authorizes the use of existing bond funds in the amount of $550,000 to the funding stack of the original project, not spending more on the project than originally anticipated, just shifting those bond dollars over because they were omitted from the original authorization in May of 2024. So the total funding for the project, including Hausman now, is Parks Capital Fund, Parks Fund, and a DNR Trust Fund grant, making up that total funding stack.
Any questions on this item? And Hausman Field just had the ribbon cutting last week.
So good.
So it looked nice from Diamond and when I'm driving that way. So, no, I did peek in when we were there with the new park that is on site as well. That was worked on with Parks and with the Midtown Neighborhood Association and other neighbors. So, all right, hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our last resolution for today is one authorizing consulting services with Geotech, Inc. for energy, lighting, and communications fiscal year 2026 support services in the amount not to exceed $883,000.
So moved.
Oh, support.
Mr. Bergman?
This item will provide engineering support services for our Energy, Lighting, and Communications Department for fiscal year 26. As the title noted, there are a number of tasks included in this scope of work that will assist the department. Things like maintaining records, reviewing designs, assisting with permitting and master planning. So the total not to exceed amount for these services is $883,000. That'll be administered through the existing term agreement that we have in place with Geotech, but seeking your authorization of that funding amount, which will be charged to ELC's operating budget. So they have this budgeted for fiscal year 26 in their contract services line item.
Any other questions on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And before we adjourn, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Berkman. I think this is your last meeting.
It is.
Is tomorrow your last day with the city?
Friday.
Friday. Okay, you're going to work all the way to Friday. Okay,
Yes.
very committed.
Yes.
So thank you for all your, I think it was 8 years with the city, is that what I read?
6.
6, okay. 6 years with the city, a lot of experiences, a lot of footprint in what has been happening over these 6 years in the city. And you're not going far, but we will miss you here at the city. So thank you for all your achievements, your communications, and just, I used to work with engineers back in the day and not being so boring. No, just that's a joke. There's jokes about HR people. There's jokes about lawyers. There's jokes about city commissioners, I'm sure. But no, in all reality, thank you. And I just take we know we're not supposed to clap, but I would like to offer a little round of applause. Thank you. So make this last couple days count. All right, see you later. We are now adjourned.
Thank you.
And our first item of business is a proclamation. So I'm going to go to the podium and read the proclamation, and Mr. Davis is going to join me. And anyone else who wants to. So, it's great to be able to lift up and honor various parts of our community, and particularly those parts of our community that maybe are under unusual strain in these times. But I'm excited to be able to make a proclamation about Hispanic Heritage Month. So, whereas Hispanic Heritage Month in the United States is a month-long period that honors the rich tradition, history, and contributions of Hispanics and Latinos in the United States, including in the arts, sciences, education, business, government, and civil rights. Whereas Grand Rapids is proud to uplift the national recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month to highlight the contributions and accomplishments of the national Hispanic and Latino community. And whereas the theme for this year's celebration, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past and Inspiring the Future, celebrates the diverse cultural heritage of the Hispanic and Latino community and recognizes the significance of their influence in the United States. And whereas Hispanics and Latinos have played a vital role in shaping our history and identity, both nationally and locally, from early settlers to the many who work tirelessly today for our brighter future. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month offers an opportunity to honor and celebrate the cultural traditions, achievements, and lasting impact, therefore, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, and our city affirms its commitment to ensure that all of our communities are welcome to live authentically, seek opportunities, be safe in the city in which they live, and remain valued and respected. Now, therefore, I, David LeGrand, Mayor of the City of Grand Rapids, do proclaim September 15 to October 15, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month, and invite all residents, businesses, organizations, and institutions to join in celebrating through events, education, and recognition.
Well, thank you, Mayor LeGrand, and good morning to the City Commission and City Manager. We appreciate you officially recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month in Grand Rapids. We know that this year's theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, reflects both the history and the future of Hispanic and Latino communities. It encourages us to recognize past contributions while also supporting progress and the opportunity to move forward. We want to take some time to recognize some of our partners that are here today, specifically the Michigan Local Government Latino Network, which is one of our ERGs here at the city. They're a key partner in this year's celebration. MLGLN works to support Latino professionals in government by promoting leadership, professional development, and cultural awareness. Everyone is invited to attend the MLGLN event on the plaza level. It'll be after this morning's cow. It will be a chance to network, connect with others, and recognize Hispanic Heritage Month together. We also appreciate other partners that are present, including Kent County. Thank you for your recent partnership with the local MLGLN chapter. This collaboration supports a growing regional network, and also our community partners, which include the state of Michigan, the Chamber of Commerce, and other community organizations for your involvement. Your participation shows strong shared support for this celebration. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Omar Cuevas of the Grand Rapids Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for Mayor LeGrand for this proclamation. This is a reminder that the fabric in Grand Rapids is enriched by different communities that call this place home. And to be able to see in today's time this culture being celebrated doesn't mean that in any other way it invalidates others. It just means that we have a moment to celebrate the impact, cultural, economic impact that our Latino and Hispanic brothers and sisters have in our region here. And so we'd like to thank you for this opportunity. And the best way that we can celebrate is by making sure that we are supporting our neighbors, making sure that those businesses that are job creators in our community, you have an opportunity to go and shop there. Not only this month, this is a good reminder, but do it the other 11 months as well, not just these 30 days. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. All right, should we do a picture? All right, come on up. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good to see you.
Nice to see you. Hello, how are you? Hi, WGV. Nice to see you. Well, it's been a little while. We still love that. Head on in. Be up front. All your beautiful faces. All the way. Keep going in front of those gentlemen. Go ahead.
You gotta get some direction. Are we all in? Oh, wow, get in the picture.
Good job.
Trying to hide. If it's really
Mayor, while the chamber's clearing, I want to thank you for the proclamation. And while Omar spoke on behalf of the chamber, our president of our employee resource group, Isamar Alvarado, was here, and I want to thank her for her leadership as well.
Indeed. This brings us to our next item of business, which is a resolution authorizing water testing agreement with Caledonia Charter Township.
So moved.
We have our water services up to discuss this.
Good morning, Commission. What you have in front of you today is an agreement that allows us to serve temporarily Caledonia Township as we continue to build the pump station that will be in service early next year to serve them with City of Grand Rapids water. That project's been under construction now for a little over a year. Part of the process that we have to go through is to test the water. Eagle requires us whenever it's a change in water source that we have to go through and test that water appropriately to make sure that there's no adverse impacts on the piping systems within the properties and so forth like that. So there being a groundwater system and Grand Rapids being a surface water system, Eagle's going to require this to be testing. We've worked with their consultants and the township to create a small closed system that will serve multiple apartment complexes and will be done over a period of time. The directions on this are coming from Eagle in terms of what needs to be done. We have worked it out with the Caledonia Community Township, that they'll be charged for this water. They'll be charged at the retail rate for Cascade Township, which is essentially right across the street. So this temporary period will be at that rate, and then once they officially connect and are on service and we have that contract in place, they'll have their own rate established in the 2025 rate study.
Okay, so since this is an Eagle-initiated issue, I think I can make fun of it because I'm not making fun of your work here. But, you know, we've got 200,000 people, give or take, drinking our water, which would seem to me to be a pretty good base.
About 310,000.
Okay, fairly decent data sample of like people drinking our water safely. And of course, we got an entire system that studies that. I mean, it just seems a little silly to me. Like if we were putting wells in and we wanted to test the water, great. But like we know what's in Grand Rapids water water unless I'm really, really missing something.
What can happen is they are a groundwater system that has a hardness component to it that can scale on the inside of the pipes. When you switch to a different water source that does not have the same hardness or chemical characteristics, that hardness and scale can come loose and create a cloudy situation, or some particulate can come off in that situation. That's what's being tested for to make sure that there are no issues going forward.
Okay, thanks. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. And that brings us to a couple briefings. Mr. Matthews?
We have one more item, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. The next is a resolution for services agreement with Uptown Grand Rapids on behalf of the Uptown Business Improvement District.
Support.
And Ms.
Thank you.
Renero.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Yes, this is a every 3-year look at the agreement between the city and the Uptown Grand Rapids, Inc. organization that was established to help operate the district between the BID and the CIA in Uptown. This initial agreement was put together in 19, and it was to, again, establish a framework for operations within the Uptown District on behalf of the BID and SID. The agreement was for 3 years and then expired and was renewed in 22, and again is expiring at the end of this month, September. So this is a renewal of the agreement. If you're wondering about the Corridor Improvement Authority, the Corridor Improvement Authority is a separate legal entity where the BID is not, and so that's what's necessitating the agreement between the city and Uptown Grand Rapids, Inc. The one thing that I wanted to just call attention to that was changed since the last agreement was it's on page 16 of the service agreement, and I will just read it quickly just to make sure we're all on the same page. In no event shall the city be obligated to pay invoices pursuant to this agreement for any amounts which exceed the actual revenue available to the Uptown BID in any given fiscal year. Seems pretty straightforward, but we added it just for clarity.
Great.
Happy
Thank
to
you.
answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to our briefing on the Butterworth Solar Project. Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor, Commission. So we're here today realizing that while we've been working on this project for the better part of a decade with new commissioners coming on board, we want to give you a little bit of background and briefing on where we are in terms of the potential for the site and just get your concurrence, because we are at a point now, I'm happy to say, where we're ready to put out an RFP to be able to start a project, hopefully, on the site. I think I just covered this slide. Okay, so history on the site. So this site was closed for use as a landfill in the 1970s. There was quite a bit of industrial use for dumping on the site, which led it to be named a Superfund site in the 1980s. That required remediation by the city as a party, as well as the other parties that were deemed to be contributors to the contamination on the site. And we achieved that remediation status in 2000. So it sat for a little more than a decade while we considered, okay, well, now what do we do with this property? And we reached out to the EPA. They did an assessment of the site, and in 2013, they provided us with several options. One of those was utilization for something like solar. The other was parks use, and the third was parking. The choice was made in 2015. We wanted to move forward with solar on the site, send that power across the river to the wastewater treatment plant to offset their utilization of power. The vendor that was selected for that shortly after became insolvent, and that project didn't move forward. So after that, we had negotiations with consumers over the course of a number of years to figure out if there was a way within the current regulatory structure for us to be able to do something on the site in partnership with the utility. Unfortunately, the current structure for community solar on the site made that prohibitive. Effectively, we were going to be assuming the majority of the cost for development of the site, and the site would ultimately become the property of Consumers Energy. And feed the grid, and may virtually feed our facilities, but it wouldn't feed our facilities directly. So we wouldn't be fully capitalizing on the utilization of the primary circuit. More recently, when we ceased those discussions, I mean, we've maintained the relationship with consumers, but we just agreed that there wasn't a financially responsible way for us to do it under the parameters that they laid out. We put out an RFQ for private developers who had experience on this kind of a site to provide their experience so that we could pre-qualify vendors for a future RFP. That was done in 23 and 24. Subsequently, or not actually concurrently to that, we had recognized that we had about $3 million of expenses that had been factored into the project cost that we felt like we could go to the state and we might be able to get funding for it separately. And that was the extension of the primary circuit to the Butterworth site so that we had adjacency. We were successful in that. I'm happy to say that we actually have an agreement with the state, so we're starting that project. What that does is it buys down the total cost of the project, which means ultimately it'll buy down our cost for energy that comes off of the site. The other thing that we did while we were working on that agreement, we worked with engineering. We have 30% engineering designs on the site and a draft RFP that's ready to go today. So looking at the site, for those that might be unfamiliar, this is right along the Grand River. You'll see on the western portion of the city. The Grand River runs along that south side. John Ball neighborhood is immediately to the north, and that's one of our neighborhoods of focus. Across the river, you've got the Black Hills neighborhood. This is a look at it. If you haven't had the opportunity to visit, we're happy to arrange one. So a little bit more about the site. It's about 180 acres. Of that, the city owns about 140. You'll see that hatched area in the center. That is a privately owned site. There's a radio station that operates off of that site currently. It does not have the same remediations as the rest of the site does. So it has, I believe, an 8-inch dirt cap as opposed to the 12-inch clay cap that we have over the rest of the site. There's a trail that circles the perimeter of the site currently, and if you look just to the right of that hatched area, there's a road that comes through that leads out to a boat launch that currently provides emergency access to the river. I know that some of the plans that we have for the Grand River contemplate expansion of that, adding parking so that it can be a publicly utilized space as well. And as I mentioned before, park use, parking, solar development are all things that we have looked at as opportunities on the site. So speaking to that, if you see the orange area here, that's the area approximately that's being considered for solar. That gives you a sense of scale. 6 to 10 acres will produce us up to 2 megawatts of power. That provides all the power that we need for about 100 facilities that are connected to the primary circuit during the day, as well as a little more than 200 streetlights that operate in the city on the primary circuit as well. Without storage, this does not cover the streetlight system, which of course runs overnight. And we've got about 13,000 streetlights on the system as well. And that remains an opportunity for the future. It's worth noting that we've been in discussions with the Convention Arena Authority about the site and the potential to utilize some portion of that site for off-site parking for service industry workers. We know that that has been a particular issue for those working in the service industry, is affordability of parking, working downtown, and being able to get to their places of work safely. So they've been doing some testing. They've put out a test strip over the past winter to see how certain materials would perform on the site. Those were positive. They're planning to do another round of testing this winter with the hope that if all of that's successful, we might be able to bring back an agreement in the spring prior to the opening of the amphitheater to have some managed parking on the site specifically for that use. They've also been talking with John Ball Zoo about the potential of parking employees on that site as well. So there's a lot of opportunity, but again, you know, it's a slightly larger footprint. It's probably 10 to 15 acres, but it still doesn't consume even a majority of the site. The green area there is an area that, if you look at the Parks Master Plan, has been contemplated for enhanced parks utilization. And that still leaves the southwestern portion there available for anything in the future that we might want to do. Clearly, any of those projects would come back to you for discussion and decision if they ended up coming to fruition. So a couple other items of note. There's a group called Butterworth Site Group, and that includes several private companies as well as the city. We are designated by the EPA as the responsible party for the consent decree to make sure that the site continues to be maintained. So any utilization would go both through the Butterworth Site Group and the EPA for ultimate approval. We're confident that this shouldn't hit many roadblocks, given that the EPA is the one that recommended the solutions to us. But of course, that also would be something we'd have to determine as we move through the process. Because of the cap and the condition of the site, solar panels would have to be ballasted. That means they'd be planted in giant concrete blocks effectively. That's more expensive, requires a little bit more engineering as opposed to just putting posts in the ground. So, and that's just one of the potential issues we want to be mindful of, is that there's certain risks that are present on a site that wouldn't exist in other places. It's part of the reason that we went through the pre-qualification process, is we wanted to get pre-qualified vendors who had demonstrated experience on more challenging sites. So I mentioned we finalized the agreement with the state of Michigan. We didn't wait. When we knew that we had the allocation, we moved forward where we could. As you know, with a lot of our utility and streets programs, if we have the opportunity to put things in the ground, we try to do that concurrently. So there's been several segments that we've already installed in conjunction with work that's happened over the last year. And the electrical lighting and conduit team is already progressing. They already had the cable on order. They were just waiting for the funding to be able to advance the project. So a reminder on our greenhouse gas goals, 85% reduction by 2030, 100% by 2040. And our goal has always been 100% of our electricity for city buildings, utilities, and fleet is supplied by renewables by FY25. We did achieve the city buildings piece of that last year through the purchase of renewable energy credits. But internally, our goal has always been, if we're going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we want to reduce them as close to home as possible. And this is one of the things that allows us to get closer to that goal in particular. So the estimated reduction on the site is 2,000 tons of greenhouse gas annually. And it accounts for about 7% of the city's total energy use will go from a direct local source onto the primary circuit. So some considerations here that we wanted to make sure that you were aware of and had the opportunity to discuss if you wanted. This project is included in the strategic plan and in our strategic priorities for the commission. It was not in the commission's top 20 priorities for the CAP. But it was, and I'm making an assumption here, maybe part of the reason that it wasn't in the top 20 is because we mentioned we've got 36 things that we're already working on. So it was noted when we communicated with you all that this was one of the actions in progress that we already had going. And that addresses both Strategy 4 Action 1 for buildings and industry, which you see here, as well as our energy systems Strategy 4 Action 6. So our assumption is that this is going to be a power purchase agreement model. Effectively, there's two different models that we typically see. One is a PPA. The other is a design build transfer where a developer will build it and then they give it to us to operate. When we pre-qualified vendors, we actually had a workshop with all of those pre-qualified vendors to talk through the things that maybe we didn't know, acknowledging that they've built a lot more solar arrays than we have. We wanted to leverage that expertise. And they provided a lot of good feedback. It was really encouraging to be able to have 10 people that were all competing for a potential contract, being as open and collaborative as they were. We were clear with everybody in the room that if there were any potential partnerships to be had between those developers, that's something that we would encourage if it results in a better project. But the PPA typically, well, not typically, what the city does is we agree to purchase the power at a particular price over the expected life of the solar array. The developer builds it, the developer maintains that infrastructure, we maintain ownership of the land. The city doesn't have any upfront costs in that process. They recoup their investment over time through the power purchase agreement. The developer typically receives the tax credits. That's something that I'm going to note in the next slide. We know that those tax credits for solar are in a difficult spot right now. It's part of the reason that we're talking about this right now. Those PPA rates typically have ranged from about 5 cents to 15 cents per kilowatt hour. They have started to rise because of the passage of this year's budget bill. Our current rate with consumers on the primary circuit, which ties back to an agreement in 1975, is about 10 cents per kilowatt hour. This is the preferred model for most of the private developers. So timing. We've streamlined as much as we can, as I've mentioned, in terms of taking advantage of opportunities on the primary circuit, pre-qualifying our vendors so we know exactly who these are going to. They're already familiar with the site. They've already put together their own schematic designs. But the solar tax credits are phasing out at the end of 2026 due to the budget bill. Interestingly, projects that are started by July 4th of 26 will have 4 years under current guidance to be able to be completed. If they're started after July 4th, they have to be completed before the end of 2027. So clearly, we would like to take advantage of the 4-year window and not the 18-month window if we can. If we release this here in September, as I mentioned, we've got it ready to go. It would put us on track for construction right around mid-June. So we'd meet that July 4th deadline, and we'd have some time to make sure that the developer has time to get everything right. And when I say completed, completed means it's transferring energy to the city. And it's worth noting as well, if we get the proposals back and the proposed PPA rates are not acceptable to us, it's an RFP, we can make the choice that maybe it's not the time to move forward. So just in summary, as I mentioned, this has been in process under the current vision for about 3 years. Overall, it dates back 17 years we've been working on trying to get something done on this site. That approach has been informed by discussions with the private solar developers, also with consumers. When we stopped our conversation with consumers, we didn't stop talking to consumers about the process. In fact, consumers was a bidder on the project. Consumers was just as much a participant in those focus groups as anybody else. And they acknowledged that they're going to have a role to play in this regardless of who ends up building the solar array. Worth noting that consumers generally doesn't build their own solar arrays. They work with private developers to do that, and then they plug them into the system. Those RFP responses will provide us with detail on what the potential cost impacts or net savings might be, and we'll factor that into our calculations in terms of our decisions to move forward. So we just wanted to make sure that you all understood where we are, what it is that we're proposing to do, and that you are supportive of moving forward with the RFP.
Thanks. So that's really exciting. I'm sure someone's going to have questions. So, Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Appreciate this presentation. Always good to get an update on this project. I guess you mentioned, so the RFQ piece was to kind of assess whether different vendors had sort of the knowledge and savviness to take on a project of this complexity. Do we expect, if we move forward with the RFPs, that we're going to get any additional ones from, maybe larger vendors that already have that expertise and don't need to be vetted?
Well, the way that we framed the RFQ was it was a pre-qualification process to receive the RFP.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. Commissioner.
So if I could, Mayor, just go on. So to Commissioner's point, so if consumers or DTE did not participate in the RFQ, they will not be allowed to participate in the RFP process.
Correct. Consumers did participate in the RFP, so they are one of the 10 that were pre-selected. DTE was not.
DTE did not. All right.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Belichick.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. I definitely agree that this is a very exciting project. It's been talked about a lot in the community on the west side especially. I have lots of people asking me questions, so I just want to be sure that I'm understanding this correctly, that the 10 city buildings on the primary circuit.
There's about 100.
100, okay, thank you. I knew I heard something.
100 facilities.
Okay.
Not all of those are occupied.
Would be served by this orange area of 6 acres, 6 to 10
6 to
acres.
10, yeah.
And you said 2 megawatts?
Yes.
So there's a lot of room here for other things we'll dream about in the future, but there is in the public eye confusion over where the zoo interest and the city's interest and now maybe the CAA and what can we be confidently telling people is my question. And I guess I'll start there. I had another thought, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you go back to the map of the 3 areas, I mean, you can confidently tell people that all 3 of those are in some form of discussion. Probably in order, the ones on the right-hand side of the map are much farther along in discussion than the park's utilization is.
Would there be opportunity in the parking area to consider the, additional solar that goes on roof structures? Or I know that's a dreams discussion.
So that was one of the things that we talked with the developers about when we did the workshop. And the challenge there, that's been my goal from the start. The challenge there is cost. Because there's about a 50% markup when you've got to elevate those panels, additional ballasting, and you lose a lot of your parking because of the size of the ballasting that's required in between spaces. They'd be happy to do it. It just didn't make fiscal sense for us to throw that into the mix at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. So when should a developer work with us under the power purchase agreement, they would be in charge of the facility and maintaining it, and what happens at the end of its useful life. They're in charge of that too, and we're just purchasing the power directly for our circuit?
So it's an interesting question because there's not a lot of people that have gotten to the end of the life of their systems. But that's something that would be incorporated into the contract, whether, if the system is continuing to perform at a certain efficiency, then we'd probably want to continue. And we'd probably have an efficiency marker in there that said it's time to decommission, and decommissioning is the responsibility of the developer.
So we're just literally purchasing the power directly from the developer, not through consumers or some other thing?
It would be effectively plugged directly into the primary circuit.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And not to be too geeky about this, but, if we discovered nuclear fusion or got viable nuclear fusion in 5 years and solar was obsolete, we're not talking about, a gold mine here. We're talking about a bunch of things that look kind of like windows, which we can unbolt from an infrastructure and take down, and hard to imagine an environmental risk or a huge logistical risk to disassembling a solar farm. So, we all, you and I certainly, and probably many people up here know the expected yield curve on solar panels. You're still getting about 80% of your power after about 20 years typically. So we're probably talking about a system that's going to last realistically past the 20 or 30 years perfectly predictably. And then at some point you could, if the technology were to stay the same for the next 30 years, we could presumably go out and put on new solar panels to the architecture that's already there. But talking about this kind of technology 30 years in the future is a little silly.
Yeah.
But yes, this is a good, durable, generational system we're talking about setting up here.
Correct.
Any other questions? Commissioner Yasasi.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but a statement, because I think there was something in here that you stated that I think is also just a question. Obviously, I think we'll answer depending on where people stand. But yes, your assumption about, for me at least, that even though this project wasn't in the cap, it was something that I anticipated for all those reasons that you stated. The strategic plan, it's something that we had been working on. In the past, we had, separate subgroups that worked on this before we got to this point. I think it is, I appreciate you laying out sort of the details that we have to take in consideration, because I think we have put a lot of time and energy into this, but we also may be at a crossroads in the future, depending on kind of what comes out with this next step. I'm supportive of moving forward, knowing that, I don't know how long it's been since the last communication. I know you said you've had this discussion with those developers that were pre-qualified, but a lot of things can change. And so I guess I want to say, we've invested a lot. I would like to see this. If something happens during that time period, I think we just have to come to that juncture, and I understand that might be the case. And I would also say, the last piece on this is, I agree that there has been a lot of communication and discussion on this, but we just might be at this critical point. So I'm kind of saying it multiple times, mostly to remind myself this was something that was very key. This was happening. We're going to move forward. There was a lot of state and federal support, and now we're at this different juncture. So thank you for putting this together and highlighting, the different decision points. Thank you.
Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and update. I am also supportive of moving forward and putting out the RFP at this point and see what comes back. Quick question on slide 8, or really any slide that has the map on it. Can you talk about, because I noticed the solar array is kind of mocked up to be closer to the Grand River, and so just wonder if that's a missed opportunity. I just wonder how that design choice was made, particularly considering all the work we're doing on activating the riverbanks.
Well, so when we put out the RFQ, we didn't put any parameters on where placement might be. We didn't put any parameters on how much they might propose. What came back was largely proposals on the southwestern portion and the southeastern portion. And when we asked them about that, they indicated it had to do with the slopes and where the panels would be facing. So if you see in each one of those areas, it's a topographic map. There's a high point in the center of each of those areas, and then it slopes down on all sides. You get the most efficiency from your systems in south-facing installations. So being on the river side of that slope is what gives them that south-facing slant, which is why we saw most of the proposals taking most advantage of those two spots. There's also, if you look right around that pond on the west side, I'm pointing at something that you all can't see my finger pointing at, sorry. If you look at the darker green area in the center of that left-hand side, that's all forested area, which means there would be shading for a period of time over the panels if they were put in the northwestern portion.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about or maybe they include in the RFQ responses, how that might contribute or hinder future development? Is this a potential site to activate along the river, particularly if we're looking at activating kind of that top northeast corner or northwest corner
Northwest.
with the parks? Just kind of thinking ahead of how this all might come together and what are kind of some of those, to your point around kind of just thinking a few decades ahead and knowing all the effort we're putting on activating the riverfront, just wondering how all of that is taken into account. Understand the design choice around south facing, and wondering if you and the team have agree that that's the best choice, that that's the best position, or if you think that that should be taken a look at again, given its proximity to the riverfront.
I did ask the question relative to the site that they brought forward, and this is something that came from engineering and with the engineering consultant, and they responded that this is really from an efficiency standpoint, if you're going to spend the money to build solar, you want to make sure that the solar is performing the way that you want it to, that this was the preferred site. They weren't asked to say, is it a preferred site relative to a park's utilization? Because they weren't asked to master plan the site. They were asked to design a solar array that was going to meet our needs.
Right. So my question was, after seeing that, did you and your team, do you all agree that this is the best placement moving forward, or do you think there's additional thinking that needs to take place around the proposed placement?
I think that personally, this is our best recommendation. Given all of the other proposed utilizations, this is the best siting, given everything that you see here. On
or don't see.
Map.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, just to follow up on Commissioner Perdue's point, I think it's a good question, and we need to make sure that we are addressing those who are river advocates, because we had this discussion around the project off Market Street with the affordable housing units and the parking that was going to be river adjacent, and the concerns around design that ultimately held the project up at the Planning Commission because those thought that the parking was going to be not in context, not consistent with some of the aspirational plans or design around river activation. So I think it was DGRI and Grand River Inc. that raised those concerns. So relative to Butterworth, I know that the trail plan has long been discussed with them and the use of solar at Butterworth. I'm not aware, are they specifically aware of the proposed layout of where solar might be, and have they been part of any discussions around the use of the site?
We have not briefed them.
So, and look, just to clarify this a little bit, and thank you for pulling up the scale there. This is approximately 500 feet away from the river, and it's on the other side of an established trail. Well, there's a lot of river. I don't see that this conflicts with river activation at all, unless you want to envision cutting canals into that space off the river or something. Short of that, there's a lot of green space along the river on the south side of that trail, and that's true, as we go west also. That trail's, there's a couple hundred feet always at least between that trail and the river, correct?
Well, yeah, the proposed site would not impede the trail. One of the things that we have talked about is taking advantage of the installation to do some interpretive use as well, which may actually be contributory to folks that are utilizing the trail system.
So if I could ask a couple quick questions. One is, you talked about the timing and the necessity of getting the project, the flag planted immediately, if not sooner. If you have an answer to this, great, but I would hope that you would at least consider whether there's any language for submission that would allow us scope creep, to put it bluntly. In other words, if you formulated something as having a phase 1 and a possible phase 2, if the whole thing then gets blanketed as giving us 4 years to think about whether we could do a phase two as an option. I don't know if that's legally precluded, and I don't know if you've asked our legal team to look into that. But 10 acres is nice, but if we could get ourselves an option on a second site with a 4-year with the 4-year breathing room, like if starting on the orange allowed us to think about another 10 acres, that'd certainly be something I would like to make sure we were underground.
Yeah, it's certainly something that we can broach, keeping in mind that when we talk about the project starting by next July 4th, that means turning dirt on the project.
Understood.
So,
but again, a phased approach might get you legally to a better position. I'm just suggesting it. The other question I had was, is this limited by problems with surplus production? In other words, if it's a really, really sunny day and we had 20 acres of solar instead of 10, in real-time terms, does that exceed our ability to use it as a city? Because then you're talking about selling, getting consumers involved so that it can get to residential applications. In other words, is this about our capacity for peak use for our uses?
Yeah, so with our current and projected uses, 2 megawatts is about our daytime utilization. That goes up to between 3 and 3.5 overnight with the street lighting system. But that's something that we've got pretty well documented, fits within our range. There's still going to have to be an interconnect with consumers just for safety purposes.
Right.
And that's something that they have already been thinking about. But clearly, we don't want to produce excess energy that basically we're paying for and giving back to the utility.
Right. So this is sort of the limits of our low-hanging fruit then?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Sure.
Exciting, as I said. And I think, let's put it this way, has anybody got any screaming opposition to proceeding on this? I guess we didn't do a formal poll. I think it looked to me like from all the nods and smiles that everyone's supportive of proceeding. Great. Okay, thank you. That moves us along to our annual performance report, and looks like Mr. Canfield's going to be walking us through this, probably with lots of interjections from our city manager.
Well, Mr. Canfield, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Canfield for his leadership in helping our entire organization give a stewardship of performance, and there'll be several presenters accompanying Ms. Canfield, Ms. Behrens, and Mr. Matthews, and myself. And so we will intermittently be engaging in the presentation. But this does give the public and the commission a overview of what's been done in fiscal year 25. And we do this every year as part of our annual reporting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Canfield.
City Manager.
And if we were using a relay model, I think you're the strongest runner then, right?
He's the
Anchor is the strongest. The last, I was an anchor.
Okay, I'm not a runner. What do I know?
I was. That's the last person.
That's right.
Okay. Will we questions, comments?
So thank you, Commissioner, for doing that. So we'll play this like a football game. We'll do a half time, and then the second point of questioning at the end. Allow us to get through it. As you can see, there's quite a bit of material. So probably after the health environment section, if we can make it and no one's falling asleep, we'll pause through that. But we'll try to go expediently through the slides.
All right. Two sports metaphors in one conversation.
We have nearly 90 slides, but we're well practiced, so I think the team's ready to go. All right. I just want to briefly playing off of what City Manager said, describe what our objectives are today. So this is an annual report. We also do a mid-year report. So you may recall hearing our midpoint report in February. But we are aligned with our city value of accountability. We are here to review our performance in FY25, which ended June 30th. And something that's not a city value, but maybe it should be close to one, is celebration. So we're also here to celebrate that we've gotten a lot done. I mean, there's a lot that we are striving to continue to do better, to complete. But it's important to acknowledge the work that roughly 2,700 full and part-time city employees do to get all this accomplished every fiscal year. And then we start to prepare for our next fiscal year, actually coming right up. So we're always planning, we're always budgeting. Here you can see the schedule. So we did have a annual staff leadership retreat that helps us to prepare for this and some of our upcoming meetings with you. But today we are, of course, at the BOLD FY25 annual performance presentation. And then we continue on through more workshops, performance updates, planning, and budgeting for the next fiscal year, 27. We're currently in 26, and we'll provide that update in a year. Quick reminder of our long-standing mission, vision, and values. So we have our 6 values of accountability, collaboration, customer service, equity, innovation, sustainability. You'll see those woven in throughout the presentation. And our vision, mission, and priorities, the presentation is organized around our priorities. Our mission, of course, is to elevate quality of life through excellent city services. Every year, staff prepare and then share with you at the fall workshop a focus areas document, which really is about alignment of our efforts with our strategic plan, with your expectations and priorities, and then we have a consensus organizational focus areas document. So this one was actually prepared in September, October of 2023. So as you know, there's a long lead time for planning, budgeting, execution, and what we will be doing for the next version of this will be for 27, and we will be working with you on that in November. Very important, and I don't want to just gloss over this. Sometimes it's easy to say, oh, we accomplished some things and we got some recognitions. But I want to spend a few moments on the significance of this. And when you think about the past year, or the July to June period, we earned and were recognized with a pretty significant set of accolades. And so this isn't just feel-good stuff. People who might be thinking about relocating a business, moving somewhere, going to school somewhere, taking a vacation somewhere, are going to look online, and they might very well find one of these recognitions. So we've highlighted a number of times the LinkedIn Cities on the Rise recognition. So highlights how our economy is growing and attracting talent. We have top 20 rankings for things like best cities for women in the workplace, best run cities, best places to live in terms of quality of life. And then we receive recognitions continuing, like Beer City USA, highlighting some of our key industries, reasons to visit, and things that align with tourism and city promotion. So these recognitions really are the product of collaborative work by city staff, city leadership, with you as our elected officials, working to make the city stronger, more welcoming, and more resilient, and reinforce that Grand Rapids is a place that people want to live, work, play, and build a future. We've also talked to you about how we're doing relative to community sentiment and some other cities. I don't have the other city comparisons here today. You've seen those before, and the full survey results are linked at the bottom of the slide. But here's some highlights. It's worth remembering that nearly 90% of respondents to this survey ranked Grand Rapids as a great place to live. 80% as having an overall quality of life, high overall quality of life. 3/4 see Grand Rapids as a great place to work, and 80% like their neighborhoods. So even though we're always striving to improve, we want to recognize things are going reasonably well. And so let's build off of a solid foundation rather than thinking like, the foundation's crumbling. And I think you'll see a lot of evidence of those things in the report today, along with some things that we know we need to keep working on. City Manager, you want to?
Sure. Just a couple of things. In boiling down the report, I mean, there's a lot to see there, but I think one of the things that we can't be with a city without having a good workforce, and I want to thank again our labor unions as well as City Commission for getting us through what a lot of organizations are struggling with in terms of recruiting and retaining the workforce with good salary and benefits. And so that's a good, healthy indication for our workforce. The resiliency of our economy coming out of the pandemic. We just hosted the Michigan Municipal League here, and everyone, to a person, was amazed with how vibrant our city is and how active our city is, especially during the midst of Art Prize and Tech Week. We've had several conversations about making sure that our inclusion efforts are intentional, probably the most that we've had in quite some time, and we've just recently showed all the progress. And while we still made some, we know we have a lot more to go to make sure that everyone gets a part in the prosperity of our city. The number of homicides that we've had, the violent crimes, you will hear more about that in public safety. It's in that section as well as this afternoon is the lowest that it's been in years. And so we are doing a lot of things right, but as Mr. Canfield said, we are committed to continue to improve. Next slide. And we'll be updating our strategic plan and having that discussion with you in November. When we do the City Commission workshop and retreat, we have Mr. Funkhauser, who will be coming with us, to us, both the city and the county, to really talk about good governance and the importance of strategic planning.
Mm-hmm. All right, a couple more slides for me. So we are, as City Manager mentioned, committed to keeping the strategic plan relevant, actionable, and aligned with current priorities. So we have already started, actually have spent a couple months doing preliminary work, updating objective strategies and metrics. So there have been various staff groups contributing to that. We're building on progress since the current plan was adopted. You've asked some questions in the past about where are we going to see the new community master plan? Where are we going to see other guiding documents reflected in the strategic plan? So we are incorporating those. Doing other refinements. It's not a full rewrite, so it'll be recognizable, but it'll be refreshed. Here's the timeline. I mentioned we've had teams working on the update. We are planning for a version, an update that is approvable by the city manager by the end of October, and then presenting the refreshed, updated plan to you at the workshop. And before turning the podium over to Mr. Matthews, I do want to note there have been dozens of people involved in preparing this set of slides. Performance management is continuous work, but I do want to recognize Eric Shannon, who is our organizational performance management and reporting specialist, and he leads a group that includes people from every department that are technical, they're subject matter experts, because it takes a lot of work to put together all the metrics that you see that are measuring our performance throughout the year. So thanks to all of them. And with that, I'll turn the podium over to Assistant City Manager Matthews.
Thank you, Lou. So we'll start with governmental excellence. This is a reflection on some of the priorities that we had for FY25 specific to the strategic plan in regards to equity, fiscal sustainability, the investments that we wanted to make sure that we were making in supporting employees, particularly around improving our pipelines to work, expanding wellness, and of course addressing compensation classification. Also, within governmental excellence, I wanted to note we have priorities around our facilities and workspaces, as well as the support of technology, strategic planning, which is what we're talking about today, innovation, and then our financial policies to make sure that we are run sound from a fiscally standpoint. So here's some of the highlights, and I categorized these out to be able to help you all work through them. From an equitable workplace, a couple of the things we were able to do over FY25, beginning training for our staff on our racial equity toolkit, continuing our program with the Neighborhood Match Fund projects, designing, so it's notable here, we designed in-house our Equity Champions program. That was a program that we were doing with an external consultant for a number of years. We've been able to bring that in-house and really focus it on city interests and issues, and we've seen good results from that. That's going to launch in September, actually this month. And then you've noticed here at City Hall a number of improvements that we've been able to make and or initiate this year in terms of ADA improvements to City Hall. As far as developing the workforce, recruiting, as the city manager mentioned, continues to be a priority. In FY25, that included key executives in economic development, sustainability, and emergency management. Continuing our training for employees on priority areas. This is something that I want to say we started probably 4 years ago with cybersecurity, which you all have been recipients of that as well. And really focusing on what trainings do we need to have that are really, truly required of the workforce. And we've continued to build upon that over time as we really focus on our values and focus on how do we build our workforce around those values. That also relates to the leadership competencies. We've spent about a year working with a team of executives and top management officials to revise our leadership competencies as an organization. That's something that we had artifacts that really dated back to 2010, 2012 maybe. And it was really about time to take a look at those and really measure the alignment back to the values and what it is that we want to see from our leaders moving forward. Then, of course, our continued investment in Grow 1000. From a fiscal responsibility standpoint, you all are aware of the work that we've done in terms of bringing on board a new ERP. But there are also some other things that we've been able to do in FY25 that are important. One that's of personal interest to me is the appraisal and insurance program for our city-owned art. Up until FY25, the art that you see in and around our buildings had not been separately insured. We also didn't have updated values on what the artwork was worth. So it felt like that was really important for us as stewards of that work. Continuing to look at ways that we can incorporate facility study recommendations into our budget and planning. If you have the opportunity to visit Scribner, we do have employees that are moving in. You'll be able to see in the way that those workplaces are laid out, facilities took advantage of the opportunity with a new building to apply some of the new workplace standards in that building in terms of size configuration of workspaces, shared spaces, collaboration and co-working spaces, things like that. So it's worth a look to see kind of where we'd like to take the remainder of our facilities. We've continued to advance work on compensation and classification. We're hopeful that's going to be done by the end of next month. And as you all know, we initiated collective bargaining. I was unable, as much as I wanted to put completed collective bargaining on here because it wasn't part of fiscal year 25. And then one of the other things, and it's hard to believe that this was FY25, we had a critical moment where we had the potential to lose our revenue streams for the biodigesters. That was actually December, January in FY25. The team was successful in securing a broker and a partner to be able to market and sell that RNG, and they're actually moving towards some longer-term contracts at this point that put us on a stable footing where we're going to have predictable and reliable revenue coming through that process. They're also do want to note they're working on some potential to be able to fairly significantly increase the production of gas off of the site, but that'll be for another discussion later. Legislative affairs, you're actually getting 2 slides on this because there's a lot going on. Some of our achievements for FY25, continuing our advocacy on city priorities. This $11.2 million figure is not the total figure. That's how much we were able to get in direct appropriations by working directly with our state and federal legislators. That includes the $3 million that I talked about earlier when we talked about Butterworth. If you look at the total, it's about $69.5 million in state and federal funds that we received in FY25. And shout out to Mr. Canfield, his team, for successfully challenging the 2020 census count based on the provable statistics that we had, both in terms of payroll and added units in the city of Grand Rapids to get our count to a more appropriate level than what we originally got. So noting some of these things that I talked about in the previous slide, $3 million for infrastructure improvements, $5 million for Roosevelt Park and Plaza Roosevelt, $2 million for the city's election center to support the clerk's office move to Scribner, $250,000 to support our mental health crisis co-response, almost $1 million in community project funding for the stormwater project that's going to be going on down at Butterworth. Some of the continuing project topics that we'll be talking about, we know these are priorities for you all. The Public Safety Trust Fund, continuing to pursue ways that we can establish uniform assessments, centralized collections, and then, of course, equitable funding for the courts statewide so that we don't have that growing subsidy that we have to the 61st District. Then the last one is the river restoration, which you all know we're going to continue to work on ways that we can buy down the funding on that. Some of the other continuing topics that we've got, I mentioned the public safety. This is a repeat slide. So if you look at our measures here, you'll see the measures that are in blue are ones that we've measured and reported. The ones in green are where we're performing at or above our targets. There's a couple here that we're measuring, but we did not have the data in time for today. So if you all want to take a look at this, ask any questions that you have, but you can see right now, the good news is we don't have any red for FY25, but we still have some measures to get, and we recognize that there's always going to be areas where we can continue to focus and improve. So at this time, I will hand it over to Ms. Behrens to talk about economic prosperity and affordability.
Thank you, sir. So just echoing the theme of appreciation, I am obviously up here talking about and trying to summarize to the best of my ability the work of many people in this organization and efforts that they focus on every day. I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Tim Berkman, whose last commission meeting is today. And so if you would do me a solid and think of some really complicated questions to ask him when it gets to that point in time, that would be awesome. Anyway, no, in all seriousness, a lot of what we see today is, the passion of many of our city employees, and we appreciate that. So economic prosperity and affordability as a strategic plan objective focuses on many things. So a multi-year effort on the community master plan. And so we continue that work and made some significant milestones in fiscal year 25 to actually adopt the updated policies and continue to implement that. We also look at ways to support business and resident opportunity, so business growth, entrepreneurship, always a big focus of our programs, to give our residents the ability to become employees at great businesses here in Grand Rapids. always continuing to support entrepreneurship. Housing and housing stability has been a focus, big focus of the organization and the community for several years now, and we continue to really promote our brand of a destination city, and obviously see a lot of benefits to continuing to focus on that placemaking and visitor type of experience. To get into some of the more significant accomplishments for fiscal year 2025, again, sorting these efforts into some of the big bucket areas of housing and housing stability. We approved the community master plan that will set the stage for reimagining some of the density and other zoning requirements and zoning tools that will allow us to add different housing types and different housing densities to continue to meet that need. There were some zoning amendments that were adopted even as that work was going on, continuing to look again for those opportunities to create streamlined opportunities for housing to be added to our portfolio. We had some additional work done in pilot programming, so payment in lieu of taxes was expanded to allow for workforce housing to take advantage of pilot, and that is currently open for application. So looking forward to seeing how that accomplishes some of the objectives that we set out to accomplish. The Grand Rapids Land Bank is now established and has final governance model and board in place, so looking forward to seeing more work out of that. And again, in just recent months, but before the end of fiscal year 25, the Commission approved the distribution of funds through our Community Development Neighborhood Investment Plan process for federal fiscal year 26. And that included the Affordable Housing Fund Board allocating money through that process as well. So we see some layering, at least from the standpoint of efficiency for applicants, to access several different pots of money, and the ability of our staff to then exercise their expertise and braid those funds together in the best way to try to, again, maximize housing and housing unit creation at affordable levels. So now here's some data points for the outcomes that we're seeing through those investments, in particular the funds that channel through the community development process. So those are HOME, CDBG, HOME ARP, and some ARPA funds we are continuing to see materializing, although obviously that source of dollar as a new investment has ceased. We're seeing the projects that benefited from that come online. So just again, a note about fiscal years here. The city has a fiscal year that runs from July 1 to June 30th in any given year. The feds have conveniently a different fiscal year, and we call our fiscal years by different names all the time. So what you're seeing on this slide is actually the outcome of what we saw in our fiscal year that would have been the federal fiscal year prior to that. So the funds that I talked about here were just the federal fiscal year 26 and were approved by the commission, and then this was the prior year's commission awards, and actually seeing some of the results materialize here. And then, again, I don't expect you to be able to absorb all of the detail on this slide, but back at a prior commission workshop, we received some feedback that it's kind of hard to keep track of the investments and know when they're materializing and where they are and remember those projects. So we are continuing to find ways to make that easier. For now, we have this table, but as we look at our website and some updated tools to use on the website, we hope to make things even more interactive in the future. And so these are a number of projects that are in process that are, as you see, the beneficiary of some of those braided funding sources, including local and LIHTC sources and other forms of support. So complicated work to bring these projects online, but certainly efforts of many represented there. I wanted to do a little bit of a deep dive on the emerging developer focus that we really had across many of our departments in fiscal year 25. We've talked about this before, but really the focus here ticks several boxes. So from an affordable housing standpoint, a lot of the projects that we see and that were featured on the prior slides are big projects. They require developers who are well-versed in federal and state requirements, that have access to capital, that understand who syndicates LIHTC projects, and they are at scale. And that does respond to the need in Grand Rapids. It tends to skew towards the rental market. And so there has always been a priority and a note that we also need to focus on affordable homeownership options. And we've done many things across our departments to help with that objective as well. So, and we talked about some of those, but some would be zoning changes to allow for different housing types. So duplexes and quadplexes and some of the work that's been done over the last couple of years to diversify the size and the type of housing that can be built will encourage infill housing. We've worked on pre-reviewed plan sets for a number of different housing types, and those were unveiled in fiscal year 2025. And again, that's an effort to keep costs down. And then we had specific programs around emerging developers in particular to try to grow the developer community. So infill housing, these kind of one-off projects, are generally hard for a big developer to focus on. And so as we diversify housing type and have infill development opportunities for home ownership opportunities, we also need to change the developers that can do the work and have more on that side of the pipeline as well. So this emerging developer focus checks a lot of boxes. And you will see that through our Brownfield Authority, we were able to award significant dollars in the terms of grants. So these are very important sort of first in type of financial support for emerging developers to start to do site selection, due diligence, those kinds of things to support their projects. So I just wanted to do a little bit of a deeper dive on the why that we've had that focus for a while. Moving on to the next area here, we have just sort of our economic development tools. So the bread and butter things that you tend to think about with economic development. We support different industry sectors. So you see some highlights there of work that we have done to really focus on retail retention and attraction, and Smart Zone, which is entrepreneurship, jobs at a certain dollar per hour, can be tech focused, but can cover a number of industry sectors. We also obviously support our corridor improvement authorities, and so they are able to dial in with an increment of taxes that come into those authorities within their geographies. They are able to support businesses in a number of ways that tend to be about the look and feel of the corridor, and continually investing in the small businesses that are there on those corridors. We do quite a bit with our incentive opportunities to attract redevelopment and development. So you see some very big numbers in terms of private investment that came into the community as a result of those incentive programs, and starting to see the benefit of the housing tax incentive changes that were made at the state level with the number of housing units there that we were able to incentivize in fiscal year 25. The Commission received a briefing from our Office of Equity and Engagement about some changes to our policies around micro-local business and city approach to spending in the micro-local business arena, and some policy work that we hope will help us to continue to push forward on the city's objectives there. So we continue to look for ways to improve and increase our spend, and also the incentives that we create for the developers who receive city support to also think about that through their inclusion plans. Placemaking, obviously a big part of our economic and prosperity and affordability objectives, so wanted to hit a few highlights there. We continue to hit it out of the park with respect to special events, attendance, and a suite of opportunities from arts, culture, entertainment. So really a really rich fabric of opportunities for both visitors and residents to engage on that level in fiscal year 25. You know, parks really contribute to the livability and quality of place in a community, and we continue to really invest in our park system. So 6 new park projects were completed in fiscal year '25. Obviously, we're in the midst of a major renovation at MLK Park Lodge, and really looking forward to seeing that as an accomplishment in fiscal year '26, but doing a lot of work in that in fiscal year '25. We continue to push forward on the Third Ward Art and Culture Tour with the fiscal year '25 investment in that with the Grand Rapids African American Museum and Archives, and looking forward to that, drawing visitors and enhancing the understanding and education around the history of our community. We continue to see a lot of work along the Grand River. Obviously, that's been the focus of many, many years of effort and transformation of that river and the role it plays in the city of Grand Rapids. But we've seen some milestones hit in fiscal year '25, including opening Lion Square, which is really an attractive and great place and very active right now during Art Prize. If you have a chance to stroll along there, it's really nice to see people using that area. Construction continues along a number of other transformational projects along the river, of course. You're seeing the amphitheater in all its glory really coming to life on the river bank. Grand Rapids Public Museum is really reimagining how people can access the river and be able to have some real-life programming around the river and its economic and ecological significance and cultural significance for the community. And so more happening there. We finally did receive our Eagle permit for the Lower Reach restoration, so we're really excited about that milestone as well. And then I just, again, wanted to do a little bit of a shout out. You've heard a little bit about Scribner, but I thought this was a great shot of our new home on the river, further away from downtown, allowing for all of those transformational projects along the river that we just spoke about, but really creating a great opportunity for us to modernize both the facilities that our staff use, but also the ability to kind of be future focused in terms of how we deliver public services along for this community. A couple statistics to share out here with respect to how we actually performed. It's always good to talk about the numbers and what we're hitting and what we're not hitting. So I do want to just flag a couple of the figures that you see in front of you and highlight what we understand about those things. So first I want to look at the second line down. That is our statistics around inclusion plan commitments. So it's sort of how much money do we track being spent through those inclusion plans. So those are the economic development inclusion plans with MLBEs. So you'll see that for calendar year 2024, there's a very, very high number. So $77 million is multiple times more than we've seen in any other year. That is a result of the transformational projects that were approved in fiscal year '25. So we had both the Grand Action transformational project plan that covered the amphitheater and the soccer stadium, and the private 3 towers development that were approved. So the dollar amounts that those projects are committing to spend with MLBEs is very high. You'll see, though, the figure, the percentage of spend is still not meeting our target of 15%, so that's still in the red. So we, again, as I mentioned, did a little bit of a deeper dive in a prior briefing about, what can we understand about MLBE spend and where we can continue to support or remove barriers. So making some policy changes to try to address that, but I did want to flag what was happening there. You'll see then down kind of in the middle of the page, there's the next red figure of describing a loss in the number of employees based on W-2s. That's a macroeconomic sort of thing that's happening. I would be way over my skis if I were trying to explain why we are seeing that. But just wanted to flag, we do monitor that because it has an implication for, our budget and our forecasting and how we think about those things as we put together our budgets moving forward. And then finally, a couple other reds there just to talk about a little bit are coming out of our permitting process and review timelines. So again, we continually monitor this. We report out on this information at the Economic Development Project team on a monthly basis. But a couple things driving there, you'll see there's the number of days for board and commission approval when something needs to go through our planning commission. There was really kind of a glut of applications, which is a good thing. But that board meets and has a finite agenda and a finite amount of time on their agenda. And so we did see a little bit of delay related to just getting things queued up for that. We are starting to see that number of applications normalize, and so would expect that number of days to come down. With respect to projects that don't need to go through the Planning Commission, you also see that we're above our target there by about a week in terms of how quickly we process those things through. And there are a couple different reasons for that. We've talked to this body before about just some of the challenges that impact us, but will impact the many other sectors in terms of skilled trades and the competition now for people who are able to do not only our plan and inspection review, but also able to work in the skilled trades in the private sector. So we are all trying to find ways to work together to continue to expand that labor pool or sustain that labor pool, but that is something that we're very sensitive to and have worked with our HR department to try to make ourselves an employer of choice in that area with a lot of competition. We also have seen a slight increase in just the number of review cycles that some of these really complicated projects require to get through now, and that just adds days. We are working with our applicants to make sure that we can have the most complete and highest quality set of plans to look at and review, so trying to get a little bit ahead of that and hope to be able to help people get through the process with a reduced number of review cycles. So lots of different ways we try to support the community in that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Matthews.
Tagging in. All right. Okay, we're going to talk about engaged and connected community. Again, some of the core objectives there. Continuing to invest in our communication systems, making sure that residents have voice and that we're focusing on community engagement, and making sure generally that we're responsive as an organization to the community. If you look at some of the achievements, this is an area that I'm particularly proud of when we talk about engaged and connected, because it is professionally where I spent a fair amount of my time prior to coming to the city of Grand Rapids. And I'm particularly proud of what we've been able to achieve really in 5 years' time to build a communications and engagement program from scratch. And we're continuing to build and add on to that success. So when we look at some of the core areas, when we look at transparency and access, some of the things we've been able to do, develop a public access portal for city records. That's something that I asked the IT department to take a look at. We have a system that captures many, if not most, of the documents that are created by us as an organization, but we didn't have a system to make them publicly accessible and searchable. That has value both for the public and it has value for us as an organization to be able to access those things. And that was really a pilot so that we could look at other areas where we might be able to employ that technology. We expanded our live stream access. We added 3 new boards and commissions in FY25. And I'm going to skip down because it's related. We also launched and enhanced our commission meeting video system so that it's now indexed and transcribed so that if you go to a meeting after the meeting is held, you can go straight to the agenda item that you have an interest in, and it'll take you straight to that video. You can also have access to a transcript where you can click on the transcript and it will take you to that word in the video. All of that is to really enhance our openness and accessibility to the public to be able to get to the things that they have a particular interest in as quickly and efficiently as we can. We also launched the Commission Connected newsletter that focuses on these proceedings, provides a wrap-up for people that may not want to watch the whole meeting, or they might have something they're particularly interested in, and they can get an update on that. We also, in FY25, we had competed a contract for the management of our public access stations, and the intent was specifically to increase some of the performance metrics around accessibility to the full community and the performance of the organization around those things. If you haven't had a chance to tour the facility and hear about some of the things that they're doing, I'd encourage it. They're doing a lot from an educational partnership standpoint, increasing access for residents that might not otherwise have access to that kind of technology to be able to build their skills and hopefully be able to build those into job opportunities or business opportunities in the future. Enhancing communications, we transitioned We Are GR publication to the communications department. That was something that previously largely sat in the hands of the school district. So that's one that we have assumed as part of that partnership, which we actually talked about during fiscal this morning. We began implementation of a new branding policy for the city. That's really to provide guidance and consistency. One of the things, as any organization, really, if you're public or you're private, folks should be able to see your visual identity and be able to identify who you're with. And that can have a tendency to get fragmented over time as departments, programs, activities start to build their own identity. So that's something that we started to implement this year. Actually, the previous year, you might have seen some of it start to appear on business cards and things like that. We assisted the assessor's office on a public education campaign, in terms of the assessment process itself, updated the Neighborhood Living Guide, and launched an enhanced communications pilot with Seaforth to help support the commission with some of their needs. When we talk about engagement planning and execution, FY25 is when we formally transition community engagement over to the communications department for closer collaboration and coordination. Started the implementation of our community engagement framework. We will be launching in this fiscal year a training around that. We actually started that at our top management meeting here over the last month. We finalized the build out of our digital engagement platform, Engage GR, so that there's a single place where people can go to see what's happening in terms of community engagement, where they can engage and how, and if they don't have the time to show up, that they've got digital opportunities to be able to offer their feedback. We continued to work with multiple departments on how we can enhance the communications and engagement around major infrastructure projects. We're going to take what we learned through this construction season and apply that next year and continue to bolt on new activities that we think will be helpful. Engaged about 325 participants through development with us in the planning department. Of course, hosting the Neighborhood Summit, which is always a big success from an engagement standpoint. Commission Night Out events, again, that has become kind of a standard for us. We've tried to be more intentional in our engagement at CNO to make it topical and timely and actually collect feedback that we can pull back into a broader engagement program to be able to help inform the decisions that we make as staff and the recommendations that we make to you all as the commission. And then, one of our focuses was how do we continue to build relationships with the neighborhood associations. We continue to participate in the monthly collaborative meetings, but I do think it's worth noting that planning in particular has tried to be much more intentional in that engagement. They're going beyond the NAC meetings to make sure that they have somebody that's attending the association meetings themselves. And being accessible there to be able to note the issues, concerns, and questions that our neighborhoods have, but also to be able to hopefully answer those questions. The last one here on equitable access, we're continuing to support the West Michigan Welcome Plan for our immigrant and refugee communities. And while we note implementation of the fire and police language incentive programs, that's something through our relationships with the unions. We continue to try to center and encourage opportunities where we can incentivize the utilization or bringing those skills to the table and being able to use them in the workplace. So if you look at our measures here, we have a number that we're still working to measure. But overall, one thing that I would probably want to note, because I know that it's an ongoing point of conversation and can be an ongoing point of frustration, not just for you all, but certainly for us. If you look at, the third line down, FY21 end, we had about 1,800 Freedom of Information requests. At the end of FY25, you'll see we had actually more than double that. So we are exploring where our opportunities are to be able to stay efficient when it comes to being responsive. We take that responsibility. I know that all the partners do, law, police department in particular, take it seriously to try to get that information back out to the public as efficiently as possible. But that is a number that's certainly worth noting.
So,
Is it halftime, Coach?
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause and take questions. Mayor, I would suggest we do it one section at a time. If we go back to governmental excellence and see if there's any questions in that section by the commission. And then we'll go to the next section.
Yep, okay. So, commissioners, section by section. So governmental excellence, any comments, questions, concerns? Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just one super quick question. I know we discussed this at fiscal committee as well, but with the go live of the new ERP system, I know originally prior to that implementation, we kind of talked about doing like a follow-up at some point to just go over some of like the efficiencies that we've seen, whether that's, time, personnel resources, financially, things like that. So I know Ms. Claire maybe has it on her radar already, but thought that would be helpful at some point to see.
Duly noted, I don't see her here, but we'll make sure we come back and give a public update either at fiscal or Cal on some of the things that we're seeing in efficiencies with implementation.
Anyone else? Otherwise, economic prosperity and Commissioner Belcheck.
I have a couple notes here. I would like to hear a little more about the first in-house equity champions cohort, and that's going to be starting right about now, and also maybe a little more on the 61st District Court situation.
I'm going to invite Mr. Davis up to talk about the equity champions. He's been leading that effort, and I'll find somebody that can talk about the courts.
I'm sorry, what do you want to know about the courts?
I guess what were the improvements in the statewide legislation that made a difference?
That noted things that we're continuing to
We're working
continuing to focus. Okay.
All right, good morning. So we are excited about our in-house equity cohort. Essentially what we've done is in past years, we've worked with consultants to build out our equity learning throughout the city. And they've done a great job of helping us to prepare a framework and understanding some of the best practices in doing it. But after working with consultants for several years, we recognized there was a need to tailor our equity trainings and our cohort to the needs of staff here at the city of Grand Rapids. So Sierra Hatfield really led this work and spent a lot of time in a design phase working through the best practices, looking at other trainings across the country, and now she's brought Lily Hanau on with her as well, and they're leading that work. So we're excited about launching that here, and several staff members have signed up, and we look forward to giving you a report on what that looks like later.
Commissioner Sassi.
Thank you for the presentation. I know sometimes it's like you've told us this, and then we've talked about it, and then you told us this, and so a lot of good work happening. I'm glad to see the pieces about the equity champions and some of that internal work, because I think that was always, just like sustainability, the goal is, you have the department, but this really needs to be embedded across every department in the city, and it's not just kind of who's in that department and who's doing that work, but what is happening across. And so I feel, especially right now, we need to even lean more into that. So thanks for that update, Mr. Davis. My question was really around the AI-powered technology. So we were just at the Michigan Municipal League Conference, many of us, like actually all of us, at different points, and it was a really good conference, and there was sessions around, technology and AI. Mr. Canfield and Ms. Dorr just recently showed us some of the improvements to 311 and just kind of, again, some of that testing patterns, different pieces like that. So I say all that to say, I know of other communities that have AI legislative committees as well. And so just wondering how are we how are we, we're exploring it, but how are we also ensuring sort of the guardrails around AI? Because I think there's energy use, there's, questions about how AI is used, but we also know what's happening to us. So, I think this is the question. We all have our phones up here and it's, it recognizes our faces. I don't know that much about it. I want to know more. And I also think, this is something that I hear a little bit, not a ton, but more regularly from my constituents about how AI is in our city services and how are we sort of like measuring and monitoring that. So I just wanted to put that question out there. I don't have any expectations, but I think Mayor, you and I maybe last month talked a little bit about this. So just wanted to share some thoughts about that and see what your comments were. Thanks.
Sure. I'm proud to say that Mr. Start, our IT director, has kind of become a regular on the circuit speaking about some of the things that you just brought up. I can tell you that for us, as a public organization, we are always going to be intentional and thoughtful about the way that we bring forward new technology, especially new technology, as you recognize, brings with it some uncertainty and inherent risk. So we turned on the AI co-pilot for staff, I want to say about a month ago. But just as an example of how we approach that, we learning from other organizations that have kind of jumped out front, there have been some pretty spectacular failures in the AI space when things were launched and people weren't brought along to learn exactly what they are and how to use them. So the IT department was very deliberate about sending out emails to the staff on a weekly basis saying, hey, this is something you could do with it, and here's some prompts you can try so that you can get comfortable with it. Then we did the same thing at our top management retreat. We went through a guided activity utilizing Microsoft Copilot so to demystify it and start to encourage employees to kind of use their imagination on the areas where it can be most helpful in the lowest risk environment. We were waiting for the Microsoft Cloud because the Microsoft Cloud is sequestered from the wild. And all of our inquiries are actually encrypted and sequestered from being collected by the broader IA monster. So that's one piece of it. At the same time, I'm going to be chatting with Doug tomorrow. We're putting together a staff team that is going to kind of run parallel to our IT steering committee, but specifically focused on AI, vetting opportunities, receiving opportunities that are brought forward from departments to determine where the opportunities might be most beneficial for the organization from an efficiency standpoint, from a risk standpoint. Because you have a lot of our current vendors that are tying back into AI models. And then you have a lot of vendors that are just tying back into their old algorithmic models and calling them AI. There's not a substantive difference between the two, but right now people want to purchase AI, so they're going to call everything AI. The same way 15, 20 years ago, people wanted to purchase smart cities, so people started calling their things smart cities. So we want a team inside the organization that's helping vet through that and make sure that we're being thoughtful about how we go about employing it in the organization.
Mayor, if I could just quickly add, we also wanted to show the commission and public some practical applications that we're already using. You mentioned the 311, but there were a lot of department examples of that, and I think that would be worth a briefing moving forward. But one of the things I want to do, instead of just using it for AI's sake, is really make sure there's a presenting problem that we're trying to solve. And I think the FOIA issue is one that I'm very curious about, how we can utilize technology more to address our FOIA requests.
Yeah, I think, I'll just say, I think this is something I've been concerned about, and I think that there are two substantial opportunities. One of the real advantages of AI, as long as you understand it's an assistant, not an executive, is being able to do faster modeling. And so, for example, things like, how would we do infrastructure modeling with different financial constraints? That's something you can get drafts of shockingly easily. So when we're thinking about things like our master plan and, road planning, those are things where you can get, where you said, if I had $10 million and I wanted to do X, where would you prioritize in the city? You can get a draft virtually instantaneously that you can then edit. So I think some of our planning functions, we really need to start thinking about using it as a first draft modeling tool. It's also true that, out in the private sector, coders are simply saying this is just exponentially faster. And so to the extent that there are coding-like functions we do in the city, and again, I'm thinking engineering, those are places I think where there's a huge opportunity for us here to get nimbler, to get faster.
Yep, and there's also an opportunity, I would say, for us to work with potential vendors so that they can refine their products to be more appropriate to the public space. In fact, that's something that you mentioned engineering. I introduced our city engineer to a company that was doing work in this space specifically for the intent that, hey, take a look at this. Does this feel like something that might be helpful, even if it's not in its current form? And is there a way that we might be able to partner up to get something that works for our uses? Because it's nascent technology, we have an opportunity to help influence it for the public sector, and I don't want us to lose that opportunity either.
Yeah, and thanks for the work you're doing on this. And I know that, you just summarized for us things that you've told us all internally, but this is a public meeting, so thank you for bringing it up, Commissioner Isasi. Commissioner Kilgore?
Yes, to go back to one of Commissioner Isasi's comments that has been a concern throughout this whole AI conversation. I've noted this since January. This is great. It does all these great things. Wonderful. But it also has significant impacts on some of the most vulnerable within our nation, of where they are powering data centers that could go all day. So now that we've incorporated this into our functions, I still would like to request an environmental impact report if whatever vendor we're using has one, so both the public and this commission can be aware of how much faster and how much more awesome we're doing everything, and what is the implication for the planet and the most vulnerable. So I'd like to request that since we're already using it, and hope to see it soon.
I can appreciate that. As you can imagine, I've got kind of torn allegiances to this, being, overseeing sustainability and overseeing IT.
Yes.
One thing I can tell you is that, where I've had the opportunity, I have tried to advance a conversation about this on a statewide level. As a member of the Michigan Infrastructure Council, it's something that I have put on the table for the Sustainability Committee to talk about on a statewide basis. If the state is entertaining this kind of siting within the state of Michigan, because we have the most attractive feature, actually two of them, which is it doesn't get super hot all year, and we got a lot of water. I'm encouraging them to identify what our priority should be from a sustainability standpoint, and then take a position on that and make sure that the legislature knows that. Now, in the grand scheme of things, recognizing that we have situations like Memphis that are not acceptable, and that those inquiries are just as likely going to Memphis as they are somewhere else, it is a national, if not a global issue, and we do need to understand what the impacts are of every inquiry that we put in there, how it impacts our software systems, so that we have some knowledge. I can also say that Microsoft right now, recognizing the environmental impact, is making massive investments in renewable credits wherever they can find them. I just had a group at the Biochar conference over in Minneapolis, and Microsoft had their own session about how they are trying to make investments to offset that impact.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that. And there's no central location for a report for these as of now?
Yeah, but Commissioner, what I think we would like to do with our AI council that we're creating is to ensure the sustainability office is on that council and helps us with that accountability for awareness and reporting.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the update.
Okay, if we can move on, in interest of time, to economic prosperity and affordability. Any input from commissioners? Commissioner Kilgore?
And I would ask, in the essence of time, just looking at if the staff can be very direct in responding to questions.
Sure. I'll jump to it's slide number 23 here. I would like to highlight under the strategic plan objective, in line with our housing stability and strategic plan objective of supporting our most vulnerable, I'd just like to highlight some things, engage the interest of my colleague in some policy and ordinance considerations that could help highlight our work on affordable housing. So, for example, slides 26 through 27 include all of these wonderful LIHTC investments. This is internal. I noted, Ms. Mearns, you highlighted that it was hard to keep up with. And yes, for the commission, but also for the public, I think that'd be wonderful. So to echo, I think internally, if we have a policy change of having an inventory, an affordable housing inventory of all of the properties and initiatives that we've, tax initiatives that we have given folks for housing, that'd be great. One central area location on a public website of ours so that the public can know. And also, we talked about that today at the start, celebrating, right, that we are doing our job as the body and as the city to work on affordable housing. And that inventory is a part of sort of a few renters' rights ordinances and updates that I think would be wonderful for the city, and I would love to hear feedback from my colleagues on that. The last time we had a direct community engagement on renters' rights was the Housing Now in 2018. So this would be a continuation to a lot of community engagement that we had in 2018 to further protect some of our most vulnerable, which is a strategic plan objective. So simple things like resources on unjust evictions and also disclosure of all fees that landlords may give. And I intend to speak more to this on our November 13th work session, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues will support us updating some of our renters' rights and including this inventory so we can further help our most vulnerable with housing.
Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. Thank you for raising us and continue to have additional conversations about how to protect everyone in our city, particularly given many of our challenges. I would like to focus my questions on kind of slide 29 through the KPI slide. So for on slide 29, the development incentive results, I just want to confirm that just means anyone who receives any of our incentives, brownfield, Oprah, transformational, et cetera, et cetera. Is that anyone who's received an incentive from the city of Grand Rapids?
I'm going to have to phone a friend to see if this is just housing TIF or Sarah here. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Make sure that it is complete, but we can provide that. If this is just housing TIF, we can provide the full.
Okay, that would be great. And then similar line of questioning with slide 32 in, I can't see it on the sheet. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. This is the KPI table, but thank you, EPA 4.1, the number of new dwelling units permitted and number of new affordable housing. Are those KPIs specific to to whom? Just the entire city? Any new dwelling units? Is this
So the new dwelling unit would be, that's tracked through our planning department, so that'd be anything that needs a permit, which is every new dwelling unit. The affordability is a little bit tougher to track, so that may not include everything if it doesn't require some city incentive or support that we're tracking through one of our other departments.
Could you just confirm the definition of how you all got to that number when you clarify around the housing TIF or the incentive question?
Yep.
Okay. And then lastly, same slide, EPA 2.1. So we have our inclusion plan commitments here listed, which is really great to have a sense of and to see the drastic increase in commitments of doing business with inclusive and minority-owned and women-owned and micro-local businesses here in the city, jumping from 22.5 million to 77 million. We know that those commitments are considered aspirational, and there's not a legal accountability measure or structure, right? They're not legally bound to follow through with those commitments. So what sort of oversight and reporting is happening related to the inclusion plan commitments? So for example, in fiscal year 2023, and there was nearly $30 million worth of inclusion plan commitments. How much of that has happened?
We can go back. We do report about that annually, so we do report the actuals versus what was put in the plan. So while we may not be able to withdraw the city support for someone who doesn't meet we do make that transparent, and we do report out on it and have quite a high percentage of actual fulfillment, but I can get that information for you specifically by year because we do report it out each year.
I think that would be really important, and even having a sense of it, maybe even on a twice a year basis, because we see so many of those come in front of us, and it usually is an attractive part of a project. And so being able to speak to how much of those commitments actually are being followed through upon without that kind of legal formal accountability structure, I think is a really important area of interest and insight for all of us. So those are the end of my questions, just really kind of those points of clarity around economic prosperity and affordability. Thank you.
Commissioner Knight.
Thank you. And Commissioner Perdue, I believe a couple of commission meetings ago that OPA and Alvin Hills, they did do a presentation on the MLBE program, and part of that conversation was that they're increasing, am I getting this right, Mr. Davis, because you were there, increasing the amount of incentives depending on what the businesses were doing with the MLBE program so that they would be more likely to work with diverse companies as opposed to not. And some of that was because of these larger projects, the amount of money that they were going to get through the incentive or the credits that they were going to get were not worth them necessarily doing the work. And so to add to what you're saying is a question that I've always said, then how do we get them to the table? Now, I know raising the amount of credits that or discounts that they get, but what else can we do? Because if getting that little bit of credit is not worth them doing the work, then what are we saying to our community? And you know what I mean? And holding people accountable to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, we can certainly do a deeper dive conversation about this. So 2 different tracks, the MLBE bid discount, that is for the city spend on projects, so city capital spending. Inclusion plan language is what we use when we're talking about the private development side and incentives. And so Economic Development Department, we have been talking within our group about is it a good time to refresh some of the policies around our tax incentive program and what we are incentivizing, what the public benefits are, and then how we might look at those. So more to come on that. There's opportunities potentially tier the incentives. There's opportunities to do different things in order to pull the lever differently for some of the public benefits we're hoping for from the projects.
Thanks. Okay, I have a couple quick things. First of all, in terms of our numbers, I would find it helpful maybe to not just have numbers on what we've done in housing, but also forecast. So like things that are in the pipeline, and of course there are various levels of things that are in the pipeline, but maybe things that are permitted going forward. So things that don't exist, because when you're looking at finished projects, you're necessarily sort of looking backwards. So that as a metric might be useful. The other thing I wanted to point out, there was just, and this is just a brief there's a brief reference to ward comparison for investments. I tend to think that it's I get a little more clarity, at least if it's disaggregated as not downtown investments. So things that are going on in the downtown corridor, I mean, I don't want to suggest we have 4 wards, but we have 3 wards with neighborhoods, and then we have downtown, and downtown is a very different animal. So being able to, and we've started to do that in some other reporting, but the more we can see ex-downtown data to have actual comparables in terms of the neighborhoods that are in different wards, I'd find that useful. So if we can move on then to engaging.
Real quickly, Mayor, just in response, I think Ms. Barron shows the slide where, in terms of future projects.
These would be the future of the affordable housing projects that we're supporting in one way, shape, or form, and we can certainly talk to the planning department. I believe at EDPT, they do some level of forecasting of what we know about the pipeline, but we can certainly look and see.
Great, thanks. Questions on engaging connected community? I'm sorry, Commissioner Isasi.
Thanks. I'd like to go back to economic prosperity and affordability, and then I do have another question, but for the corridor, appreciate the numbers on the corridor improvement authorities. I think that's positive. City Manager, you and I had a conversation about some of the infrastructure pieces that corridors have taken on, particularly in Plainfield, North Quarter, bioretention islands. Engineering's been helping us, maintenance of native plants, but just without a corridor manager for some time, it's hard to manage some of these infrastructure pieces. So I'd like us to continue to think about what is that uniformity across the city as it relates to these different pieces around, we call it beautification, but it is economic development. So that's one. I don't need an answer, just that's a statement on that. When is the last time the Affordable Housing Fund Board met?
A couple of weeks ago,
Last week.
Okay,
last week.
Okay.
Thank you, last week.
I just didn't remember. I'm more on Brownfield, so thanks for that. And then if I can jump into engaged and connected community, I just have 2 comments. One, around the recap videos. Love them. Communications does a really excellent job. They're easy to watch. I'd like us to consider doing them in Spanish as well. We have translation services at our city commission meetings. I think I can count the number of times on my fingers when people have utilized that. And so I think we're asking people to come and engage, and we're providing that. But how could we go a step further? And so I'd love to see if we could do some of those videos, those recap videos in Spanish. And then, I know we had this pilot with Seifert and the pilot with additional support. I just want to say at this meeting again, I was not supportive of those investments. Has nothing to do with the services. In particular with Seifert, I think we have some really great communications professionals, and I think we need to consider looking at, do we need more investment there? We had a good session with Seifert. We did our videos. We were having to talk about some of the city things that we're doing, where I think if the city did that, they already know the content of what's happening. So again, it's a productivity thing. It's not a service thing. It's just, where does this best sit? So I appreciate those ward videos. I think that was a real positive step. But I just wanted to say that when this comes before us for that next budget amendment, I don't intend to continue. I tend to keep my vote as the no. So thanks.
Anyone else on engagement? Okay, let's move on to the next half then.
Mayor, just from a time check, we have
half an hour.
Yeah, before public safety. What I would suggest, we cover health and environment, pause, see what questions we have there, and we can continue this at our next commission and cover mobility and public safety.
I think it's appropriate, especially since I haven't mentioned it yet, but we have to go in a closed session at the end of the meeting. So let's do that.
Or we can, at the body's pleasure, we could pause now and just do all 3 at the next meeting.
I would prefer that.
I would prefer that.
Okay. Great. Okay, so we will put a tab there, and I would like a motion to move into closed session for employee review and also labor discussions.
So moved.
Support.
Madam Clerk, if you call the roll. Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Belcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Purdue?
Yes.
Commissioner Isasi? Yes. Commissioner Kilgore?
Yes.
Commissioner Knight?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor LaGrand?
Yes, and that'll be in the law library. Thank you all. We're adjourning to the law library.